Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, April 23rd board meeting of the Colleton County School District. I would like to call the meeting to order. Please stand for the pledge, followed by the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. To Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to bow before you once again. We thank you for our superintendent, for our staff, for parents and students that are here. We thank you, Father. Father, this Passover week, we acknowledge in the Old Testament, 1 Kings chapter 20, that when we bow to you, you will give us the plan for victory. And Father, we stand, according to Psalm 133, that when we come together and work together under your direction, it is there that you command the blessing. So we pray now as you taught us to pray, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed it be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Thank you so much, and welcome to everyone. Before we get started, I'd like to announce that Ms. Mary Jones, board member, is joining us via phone. Ms. Jones, can you hear us?
Yes.
Can y'all hear her in the back? Great. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Well,
Board members, and community, I would like to welcome the Forest Hills Elementary Safety Patrol for being with us today and welcoming us all as we came in. Thank you so much, and we would like you to come forward to the podium to please exhibit our mission statement and tell us a little bit about your organization. You can just read the mission. Mm-hmm.
Green button. Green button. No.
Colleton County School District will prepare every student to graduate with a 21st education to be locally competitive for their chosen college and or career path.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me your names, please?
Dalen Murray.
Thank you.
Wesley Bunch. Emery Ertley. Eliana Harbison. Jeremy Romanelli.
Thank you so much, and we're super grateful for Ms. Edwards and Ms. Scheider for being present with us. Is there anything you would like to tell us about what you do for Safety Patrol at Forest Hills?
Tell us what you do, Dalen.
In the mornings, I do office duty, but if I'm not doing office duty, then I do bus duty. And in the afternoons, I hold the door for everyone during bus duty. Or if I'm a car rider, I will open the door for everyone and close the door.
So each one of our patrols have different responsibilities. They have a post they are assigned to. Some of them arrive at 6:45. Some arrive at 7 o'clock in the morning. We have people who work for car duty as well as bus duty in the morning, PM, and afternoon. So they have various roles in our school. So they're going to share how they became a safety patrol. You want to share? Come on.
So first, we had to fill out a form, and we had to write a paragraph to see how we wanted to be a safety patroller. Our teacher had to review us. They had to write something about us to tell us how we could be a safety patroller. So we have to we have to be in the 50-point club, we have to be a good behavior, we have good grades, and we don't get here late or no referrals.
So now they're gonna share some of the things they do as the safety patrol, or some of the projects they were a part of. So which one? Come and join. Jeremy? Yeah, Jeremy, come on up.
We donated shirts to the homeless shelter, right?
So we collected over 30 bags of clothing for the homeless shelter, the Safe Haven shelter, and they provided little gift bags for our students. So it was great. The parents really supported the drive, and the shelter was very happy of the donations. We also did another project, in-school project. So they had 2 service projects for the year. One was in school and one was out of school. Let's tell us about the little library.
Oh, that one. So, there was a bunch of books for the first graders that we had to make sure were AR or not so they could test on them. And we were there in recess and after lunch, and and during related arts, and we had to scan a bunch of books and make sure they were testable for the first graders.
Tell about North Eden Police Department field trip.
So we went to the police department and we learned how to track down people and how to keep people safe.
Well, thank you, Forest Hills Safety Patrol, for being with us tonight. I want to be able to acknowledge, I said Ms. Edwards, Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Scheider, our guidance at Forest Hills, but also recognize Mr. Garino, I think, is here, and any parents of the Forest Hills Safety Patrol, if you're present. Just want to say thank you all for being present. And thank you for exhibiting our mission statement in your organization. We appreciate you being here.
And Madam Chair, while they're sitting down, if I'm not mistaken, my new friend Dalen actually has a badge on his safety belt because he was Safety Patrol of the Month, right?
Congratulations.
So, good job, Dalen.
Thank y'all again. Board members, if you'll please join me in the civility pledge. I pledge to build a stronger and more effective school board by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of my school district. I thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Madam Chair, before we approve the agenda, I would like to move that we move item 10.06 to executive session.
Motion to move item number 10.06 to executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to amend the agenda, revising 10.06 into executive session. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand.
We still need a motion.
Ms. Jones?
I do.
Motion carries.
We still need a motion.
That was the,
Approve or not?
that was the,
That was to move it.
that was to move it and amend it.
Okay.
Is that what you have, Ms. Linda? The motion was to amend and change.
Still need to approve the agenda or not?
It just got amended.
Okay.
The chairman's report is the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I make a motion we approve the minutes of the regular board meeting, March 19th, 2024, the special board meeting, March 26th, 2024, the budget work session, March 26th, 2024, the special board meeting on April 4th, 2024, the special board meeting on April 9th, 2024, and the committee of the whole meeting on April 16th, 2024.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes as stated for the dates identified. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Ms. Jones?
I do.
Thank you. Motion carries. Recognitions at this time. I'll call on Ms. Williams for student and staff recognitions. Good evening, board members, and to the public. Thank you all for being here tonight. I want to give another shout out to Forest Hills Elementary School Safety Patrols. Let's give them another round of applause. So it gives me great pleasure to stand before you tonight to recognize our Superintendent Students of the Month and also our staff members of the month and our teachers of the month. So we have several students that we're going to recognize. Some are not here, but if I don't call your name, please make sure that when I'm finished, you are recognized so that I can make sure that you are recognized as well. So we're going to start with a student from Blackstreet Early Childhood Center. And I'm going to read to you a little bit about this student, and then I'll call their name, and I'd like for you to come up, get your certseys from Dr. Baddick, and then stand in the front for your picture, and then you're going to shake the hands of our board members. So our first student has really come out of her shell and actively participates in classroom discussions and lessons. She is a happy student who is working hard and making gains in all subject areas. This student worked hard to increase her iReady reading scores by 43 points from fall to spring. And in math, she exceeded her typical growth with an increase of 33 points from fall to winter. This student is a happy and friendly girl who always has a smile for others. She is determined to work hard and better herself as a student. So at this time, we would like for Camille Kinsey Ferguson to come up. She's a kindergarten student at Blackstreet Early Childhood Center. Congratulations, Camille. Great job. And at this time, we'd like to ask if Camille's, I see her mother and her grandmother are here. If you all would please stand. Any relatives of Camille, please stand to be recognized. All right. Thank you all so very much. Our next student, this student is from Bells Elementary School. This student continues to master difficult skills and concepts. He pays attention in class and continues to excel at high levels. His grades have improved from quarter to quarter. His lowest grade is a 90 in ELA, lowest grade. He is a student that other students follow. He makes good choices and will influence others to do the same. He is a class helper and ensures that others are doing the right thing. So at this time, we would like to recognize Shane Hart, a third grade student at Wells. Great job, Shane. Congratulations. Shane's parents, if you would please stand. Parents, relatives. Our next student is a 6th grade student from Colleton County Middle School. This student is hardworking and conscientious when it comes to her academics. She has awesome grades. She has a mind of her own when it comes to leadership and making the right decisions for herself. She gets along well with her peers and is an absolute pleasure to have in the classroom. She has a pleasant disposition and a respectful nature. She tends to make decisions based on what she feels is appropriate and of sound character. At this time, we ask that Ms. Ayana Cheryl, a 6th grade student at Colleton County Middle School. Great job, Ayana. Congratulations. And we would like to ask if Ayana's parents, relatives are here, please stand to be recognized. All right. And last but not least for our student recognitions tonight, this student is a student at Calc. This student is an intrinsically motivated adult learner who has demonstrated a marked improvement as evidenced by her test of adult basic education. GED ready passing scores
passing 3 of the 4 GED tests to date, and earning a South Carolina Ready-to-Work credential. This student has increased both her reading and math skills by a national reporting system within 1 month. This student has passed mathematical reasoning, social studies, and science GED tests. This student has excelled in her assessment outcomes, given her tenacity and commitment. This student has been recommended for induction into the National Adult Education Honor Society due to her commitment to lifelong learning. So at this time, we ask that Amber Clark from CAP come up to be recognized. Awesome job, Amber. Awesome job. All right, we ask that if you would please stand, students, and we're going to get another picture.
Congratulations, Amber. Thank you for being here.
Congratulations on the good work. Congratulations. Good job, man. Good job.
Okay, before we move forward, we do have another student that's here that we missed, and that student is from Colleton County High School. So after I read this, I'm going to ask for all the students of the month to come back up so we can get your pictures taken with them. But this student is a foreign exchange student. Her language acquisition and cultural awareness has significantly improved. She has adapted beautifully to our school. She has earned final averages of 99 to 100 in all of her classes. She is helpful and always willing to participate in class. She willingly works with peers and provides assistance when needed despite her quiet disposition. Her classmates adore her and enjoy working with her. She is humble and hardworking and a joy to teach. And I'm going to have to ask her to please forgive me if I do not pronounce your name correctly, but I'm going to try this. Magdalena Barkova. Was that correct? All right. Congratulations, Magdalena. Okay, and we'd like to ask our students of the month if you would come back so that we can get another group picture.
Come back.
It's so much work. Hard work. Make sure that I miss anyone else. Are there other students of the month that are
Oh, no. Congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations.
Congratulations. She didn't have her parents.
Oh, yeah. Miss Williams, her parents, Magdalena's parents, to be
I'm
recognized.
sorry. Yes, Magdalena's parents. Please stand to be recognized. All right, we're going to move to our support staff of the month and our teachers of the month. And we're going to start with Bells Elementary School. Our teacher of the month is not here, Miss Jeannie Langston, so we're going to recognize our support employee of the month. So we'd like to ask for Miss Karen Chisholm to please come forward. Congratulations, Ms. Chisholm. Awesome, awesome job. Stand right there. Okay. And then from Colleton Adult Learning Center, our support employee of the month is Ms. Martha Adams. Awesome. Congratulations, Ms. Adams. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. And then from Colleton County Middle School, our support employee of the month is Mr. Ricky Haynes. Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Thank you for all that you do.
Oh, good in the neighborhood.
For real, Ms. Haynes. From Forest Hills Elementary School, we would like to recognize Miss Deborah Benton. Thank you, Ms. Benton, for all that you do. All right. From Hendersonville Elementary School, Miss Jalea Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Thomas, for all that you do. We do appreciate you. All right. And last but not least, from Northside Elementary School, our support employee of the month is Ms. Angela Crosby. Okay, all right. Well, I want to say to our support employees of the month, thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you do, for supporting our classroom teachers, supporting our administrators, supporting our students. Thank you. We could not do what we do without you. So thank you so very much. Oh, I need to get a picture.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Tell your wife we appreciate her too.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. We appreciate you.
That might make me one of them kings. I ain't that far away.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Appreciate you. Thank you, Ms. Chisholm. Appreciate you.
Thank you for all you do. Bell the line.
All right, now we want to recognize our teachers of the month. And first, from Colleton Adult Learning Center, we would like to recognize Mr. Joey Ritter. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you. All right, from Colleton County High School, Miss Cindy Davis. Thank you, Miss Davis. Congratulations. From Colleton County Middle School, Miss Melanie Henderson. Thank you, Miss Henderson. Congratulations. From Cottageville Elementary School, Miss Robin Stone. Thank you, Miss Stone. Congratulations. From Forest Hills Elementary School, Miss Angela Capers. Thank you, Miss Capers. Congratulations to you. All right. From Hendersonville Elementary School, Miss Kelly Pedigo. Thank you, Miss Pedigo. Congratulations. All right, and last but not least, from Northside Elementary School, Miss Bonnie Newton. Thank you, Miss Newton. Congratulations to you. All right. I want to say to our Teachers of the Month, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say thank you enough for all that you do. You're in the trenches, you're teaching our kids, you're bringing them up to unprecedented levels, and for that, we just want to say thank you. Those contracts go out on tomorrow, so make sure you sign the dotted line.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kate. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Ms. Kate. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for all you do. I knew it was somewhere down there. Thank you for all you do. She said, shut up, now get up.
And board members, this ends student staff recognition.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Hyman, do we have any public input? There is no old business. New business is the Rice Festival Parade. Rice Festival is this Friday. Reminder that our students and staff, the Rice Festival is this weekend, but reminder that this Friday is a half day. Ms. Williams, what times does that, or can someone share those dismissal times?
See, our Early Childhood Center is, do you have it? 10:45.
Elementary's like 11:15 or 11, and middle school is 12:15, and the high school's 12:30.
Thank you. We hope everybody enjoys the parade. And Ms. Strobel is saying check the website if you need to be reminded of those dismissal times. But we hope everyone enjoys the Rice Festival this weekend, and the board will be in the parade. So board members, if you haven't already, make sure you let Ms. Hyman know, and she'll let us know what time we are to report.
Madam Chair, or Superintendent Williams, do those times also, are those times for our staff as well, or is our staff expected to stay?
So our staff will be dismissed at 1, and our district office staff will be dismissed at 1:30.
Any other questions about the Rice Festival parade or Rice Festival early dismissal on Friday? Moving on to policy items, I will ask the policy committee to present policy CCA. Mr. Irwin?
Yes. Policy CCA is our organizational chart that has been presented to the board by Superintendent Williams, and we just kind of went over that again tonight. Ms. Williams presented, I don't know if all the board members have it, but we had the old organizational chart and the new one to kind of look at. So if there are any questions, I'm sure Ms. Williams would be more than happy to answer those.
Make a motion.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I am still looking at the organizational chart. Just got some feedback during our policy committee meeting. So I may tweak it a little bit, but essentially, we will still have 2 assistant superintendents, 1 assistant superintendent of academics and student affairs, and then the 2nd assistant superintendent of operational management and innovation. And then all of the departments will either fall under those 2 assistant superintendents or either me.
Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, I would like to make a motion that we approve the policy CCA organizational chart that Ms. Williams has presented to us with her ability to continue to tweak those items as she needs to.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve policy CCA, the organization chart as presented. And is there any discussion?
Just thankful that Ms. Williams, Superintendent Williams has brought a schedule for the organizational chart that gives balance so she can help support our district better with 2 arms for academic and student affairs and operation and innovation, and also all the principals and director of TCTC, so all the building level administrators still report to her. So I'm happy at what she has presented, and of course there might be some tweaking, but positions she needs to fill can go forward.
Any other discussion? As mentioned, go ahead, Ms. Simmons.
And upon her tweaking, I'm just going to hold my vote for now and go ahead. I'm not disagreeing with the chart itself, but there are going to be, or the tweaking that she needs to make to them.
So in clarifying, this is the first reading, and the positions that are presented in the organization chart won't change. The first reading, you just mentioned the contracts of instructional staff that will go out tomorrow. So with the approval of this organization chart, the hiring needs will be met for moving forward, and that determination as to where individuals might be, if there were any tweaking, would be done by the superintendent. There would be no need, there's no restriction by only the first reading of this organization chart.
And Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I may have to change my motion. Maybe Ms. Allison and Mr. Vernon can help me. We did mention in the policy committee meeting today that there is, by unanimous vote of this board, we can suspend the second reading, and we can go ahead and approve the organizational chart tonight without the second reading by unanimous vote. Am I correct in that? So do I need to amend my motion or change my motion in order to?
If you want to suspend the policy, you do need to amend your motion.
Okay.
You would make a first motion to suspend the policy requiring 2 readings. have only one reading, and then do the motion as you stated.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we rescind the policy that requires the second reading on this, and
Pardon me, first you need to,
You want to suspend the policy for tonight only?
yes, just suspend the policy for tonight only that requires the second reading.
for clarification, do we need to take the first motion off the table?
I mean, you can, but what you're doing essentially is you're asking for this motion to come first. Vote on it, and if it passes unanimously, then you can revise your motion to pass it on first and second reading at one time.
Thank you. So currently, there's a new motion on the table to suspend the motion necessary for two readings to approve the motion, for tonight only for this policy specifically. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to suspend the policy necessary for two readings for policy CCA approval. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ms. Jones? Ms. Jones, would you like to vote for or against?
Yes.
Yes. That's 4, 5, 4. Opposed? 2. Given that that motion was a 5-2 vote, I'm checking on the next steps necessary for. That's a
Now
motion
you just
passed.
make the motion to approve first reading the policy.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the first reading of policy CCA since the previous motion did not pass to suspend the necessary two readings?
So, attorneys, if I can just get a point of clarification, the motion to suspend passed 5-2, is that correct?
It did not pass because it requires a unanimous vote to pass.
That motion requires unanimous, not the vote on the policy item itself. Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we do the first reading on policy CCA, the organizational chart.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve policy CCA, first reading organization chart. Is there any discussion?
Does that still give Ms. Williams the freedom to go forward with the positions that she needs to advertise under first reading?
I'm sorry.
Will the first reading, if we carry the motion on first reading, will she be able to go forward with the positions that she has on the chart because she's just making some minor changes?
That's what the board just said, so yes, you can go for it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Ms. Jones? Are you for the policy CCA or against?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Is there any other business of the policy committee?
No, ma'am. That was, we did discuss several policies tonight, and our attorneys are helping us with some revisions on some policies, and hopefully our policy committee will be meeting again soon to bring those before the board.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Ms. Superintendent's report, Ms. Williams?
Okay. My update tonight will consist of an update on planned transition plans for elementary students going to middle school and for middle school students going to high school. And Dr. Jenkins is prepared to come before you tonight to give you some more information about those transition plans, followed by Ms. Behe, who will update you on her school's turnaround plans. So I asked that Dr. Jenkins if she would come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Board
Dr.
chairs,
Jenkins.
board members, one and all. I would like to share a few highlights of the plan that our school leaders have prepared for our rising sixth graders and our rising ninth graders. The school leaders, well, Principal Peebles, he coordinated with our elementary principals a field trip for all fifth graders to visit Colleton County Middle School. And in that visit, as you can tell, as everyone can see on the slide, well with the safety patrol, so it wants to echo and feedback with me. Okay, so they're planning an assembly, and the assembly will be facilitated by the 6th grade administrator, the 6th grade professional school counselor, and the 6th grade PBSS. And they're also going to have school ambassadors that will assist with the school, that will assist the staff members with the school tour. And they're also going to provide with the students with a parting gift, something to get them eager and ready to get ready for 6th grade. So what that school spirit parting gift would be, we'll have to ask Mr. Peebles and his team. And for the sake of this discussion, I would like to state the dates for Northside 5th graders. The visit at the middle school will be May 16th, excuse me. I didn't bring my glasses either. Forest Hills, they will visit on May the 20th. Bells, May 21st. Cottageville Elementary, they will visit the middle school on May 22nd. And Hendersonville, they will visit the middle school on May 23rd. Okay, and for our rising 9th graders, our school leaders, along with the counseling staff, they've coordinated a panel discussion that will be student-led. They will have 4 to 6 9th grade or 9th grade through 12th grade students come. They will speak with our rising 9th graders on the following topics: attendance expectations, academics, dress code, extracurricular activities, and they will also have a question and answer discussion with the students just to satisfy their curiosities about high school experiences. And that day is scheduled on Tuesday, May 21st from 10 to 12:45 in the Carleton County Middle School mini auditorium. And what they would do, they would just have, it's the same day as the other day, so they're going to stagger the schedule. Please know that the teams, the elementary, middle, and high school teams and the principals, they have been having these discussions, and a lot of school leaders have supported with facilitating this plan. So those team members that are coordinating the plans and will facilitate these tours will be our 8th grade school counselor and our career development facilitators at the middle school and high school, and our Gear Up coach, Ms. Sonia Stevens, along with some of our high school counselors, our 2 9th grade counselors, Ms. Mentally Stevens and Mr. Hahey.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. It looks nice how the students are going to be involved, the 9th grades, rising 9th graders with high school students, and broke up into different sections and sessions like we do with strategic plans. So thanks to the team that's helped organize that. And the 5th graders had a good time at kickball. So thanks again, Dr. Baddock, for organizing that last year. And again, this year it was very well organized with staff and students having a great time. So thank you all.
The only other announcement I would like to share is that Principal Bodison, she will create a summer schedule for our rising 9th graders to visit the high school and tour, because she will plan to bring in those families so that they can tour the school and ask questions and get a first-hand feel of what to expect when those students come to high school. So that's the only thing I wanted to share from my notes.
What about the rising 5th grade parents? Now that you mentioned that's a good idea to have the parents included.
Well, I would have to ask if there are going to be opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be. Mr. Peebles is not here to expound on that. And again, I just wanted to share some highlights, and they're going to work out all of the logistics.
Yeah, might be
Okay?
closer to the beginning of the year or something, yeah.
Yes, or during parent family night, you know, when they come out to get their schedules. It'll probably be some time prior to that where they'll spend some time. I don't know if Ms. McNeely knows. Do you know about any plans for the 5th grade parents coming in? I don't know if you're a part of those discussions. Yeah. Okay, so right now the plan will be for the children to get them acclimated to the environment.
So parents ask your kids about their day and when they go, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for having me tonight. I'd like to share with you where Northside currently is with our turnaround plan, okay? So our overarching goal is that we continue to move forward from an average school to a good school, and then excellent school, of course, is our big goal. But of course, forward movement, points-wise, you know, even if one of the things I've shared with students, it's all about growth. So going into the end of this year, once we get our scores back, our goal is just to continue that growth and not go backwards. Our first goal is our resource and equity goal. And this particular goal is about really closing the achievement gap for our subgroups in the building. And for that, it's with our students who have IEPs and then our African American students. So on the surface level, when you look at data, you could think, you know, wow, you're really making growth, you're really making movement, but that's surface level data. And so essentially, you've got to dig a little bit deeper into that data. It may look good to begin with, but as you dig deeper and you start looking at different subgroups, you may notice that there are populations of students that are achieving at higher levels than other students. And so what we've noticed is that in the area of math, as our students are progressing through our grade levels, we're noticing that as we get into the higher grade levels, our African American students are not scoring as high as our white students in the areas of math. You have some grade levels where it's very close, it's so closely related. You have other grade levels where it's just a small gap, but the older our students are getting, we're seeing larger gaps begin to occur. So that's the purpose of our book study. Before we get into the book study, we had to understand the why of why we're even doing this. So as of right now, all staff members have in their hands the book that we're going to be studying. We've shifted the book study from our faculty meetings to our PLC meetings so that we are constantly bringing it up every week as we're continuing the remainder of our school year. Even though we are beginning this process now, this is still the information that's going to carry us into the next school year. My concern is that, you know, we were labeled a priority school after the 21-22 school year, but had we not been labeled a priority school, achievement gaps were there that we've got to close them. So the last thing we want to have happen is get out of priority school status, and then now we need assistance, targeted assistance. So that's the reason for going ahead and begin that work to close that achievement gap. Next up, we have our intervention and acceleration strategies that we're providing our students. So there are many things that we are doing across the district in our elementary schools that are the same. You know, we have worked with already and through the Principals Academy to identify pockets of students that are already doing really well or have that potential. They're right there that we need to push a little bit harder. So these particular students we have in groups, and we're constantly pulling the reports on them. We're constantly monitoring these students. We even set up our data wall within the school that incorporates SC Ready and iReady so that it's always in front of us as we are doing the work to move our students forward. We are, of course, using all components of iReady. We utilize not only the diagnostic assessment, we utilize more than just their pathway, but there are so many pieces that go along with it that allows us to, we call it double dipping. We're able to give kids multiple practices based on what we're teaching right now, but also based on what some deficit skills may be. In order for iReady to be, its implementation to be successful, we've built into the master schedule time. You know, this is unencumbered time. This is the time that our students work on their iReady individual pathway. And that's one of the things you have to have for implementation with Fidelity, is that time that's set aside that gives students an opportunity to work. But along with working on their iReady pathway, you've got to incentivize students to want to do the work as well. And so one of the things we do is we have multiple layers of incentives for students. For students that complete their lessons each week, they get something on Friday. For students that complete their 20 lesson sheet and turn it in, they choose from the card. We have our iReady Students of the Week that we recognize, the ones that have completed the most lessons over the course of the week. We have our iReady Classes of the Week that we recognize, the classes that have completed the most lessons. And then we have the iReady Classes of the Month. And this was the best money well spent. A gaudy 5-foot trophy that the kids get so excited about that they get to keep in their classroom for that particular month if they have won for the month. And then last but not least, during diagnostic time, it is some major competition for DoorDash. Students that have the most growth from fall to winter for each grade level in each content area, they get to DoorDash their favorite meal. Students with the most growth from winter to spring, the exact same thing, and they really enjoy that. I'll say this. Being that this is my 25th year in the district, or 25th year in education, I've been involved in a lot of professional development, The work that we've been doing in the iReady Principals Academy is so worthwhile. I have learned how to look at data differently, and I'm a data person. So just to have someone come in and they're like, well, what about this correlation? Or what about this alignment? And then I'm thinking, well, why hadn't I thought about something like that before? It's just a different way of looking at things, but at the same time, every decision that we make has got to be data-based. Data's got to drive the work that we're doing. So this has been truly helpful in working and moving our schools forward. Another piece that we've also used is our Standards Mastery. Now, when we introduce Standards Mastery to our students, it is some really rigorous, very rigorous work. And it's this little 5-question assessment that they'll do in reading and math. And our teachers use this as a teaching tool. And so the first time we give it to our students, we don't want to completely shut them down. So we set benchmarks every 2 weeks. This is our goal. This is what we want you to get to. And so the first benchmark we set, I said, all right, you guys, I want you to make a 50. And they're looking at me like, what? You want me to make a 50? I'm like, yes, I want you to make a 50. Because that's how rigorous these assessments are, these teaching tools are. And so every 2 weeks, I want you to make a 60. And then I want you to make a 70. And so we're scaffolding and we're building our students up to really get them immersed. And this is what it looks like when you are applying what you're learning and not just memorizing facts sitting in a classroom. And that's what moves our students forward. When we look at school activities that we're doing within Northside, as I stated before, time is built into our master schedule for iReady for Fidelity, implementation with Fidelity. And I don't know who said this, but at one of our meetings at the very beginning of the year, somebody stated that you cannot intervene your way out of a hole. You cannot provide interventions and get out of a hole that way. Because if that's the case, you're providing them interventions to a whole school, and that's just absolutely impossible to do. And so that's why we are still, yes, this is our 3rd year, I believe, with Open Court. And even though it's our 3rd year, we're still not done fine-tuning that. So that's why it's really important that we're continuing to push in and do audits so that we see what do our teachers still need help with. And that's what drives our professional development with our teachers in the building as well. And as you know, in a building, everybody wears multiple hats. And so when we talk about providing acceleration and intervention opportunities to our students, everybody teaches. The leadership team, I pull groups in math, the music teacher does novel studies with our 2nd graders. So, everybody is jumping in and working with kids to move them forward. when we talk about robust stakeholder engagement, it's an ongoing process, so it never stops. It's not that we have a meeting this particular day and then it's over. It is constant at all times. We find that the spring is a little bit harder to get a lot of engagement because you have your spring sports and a lot of the little ones are playing sports during this time of year. But it's just an ongoing process that we want to involve others in. And then, of course, with our monthly presentations that we give to each other as principals, which we actually have one tomorrow, which we're going to be sharing information. Rarely do we have time as principals to get together and share ideas with each other and to see how things are working at other schools. But this time, not only do we see what they're doing, but we're also asking questions, and we steal stuff from each other all the time. And it's really not stealing because we share everything that we're doing. So that most definitely is something that needs to continue because it's good work that we do when we are together. And then as we are updating our stakeholders with what we're doing, we utilize Shark Week or Shark Tales. Shark Tales, that's our parent newsletter. Shark Week, that's our faculty newsletter. But over the course of this particular semester, each week we include a blurb. Here is this particular strategy. Here's where we are in this strategy. And it also gives us an opportunity to share things like discipline data or just different pieces of information that maybe our parents are not aware of. As we continue with our stakeholder engagement, elementary students are stakeholders as well. And when we can include them and have them provide input, that builds a sense of pride and a sense of community within our school. So an example of that is we have actually had our students on the planning committee for our upcoming Special Olympics. And they are going to be out there with some of our younger kids to assist them. And so we really want to capitalize on that and begin to build that. Let that be our foundation for continuing to build that sense of school pride with our students as well. One of my favorite things to do is to put data in front of their faces all the time for the students, and that's first grade all the way to fifth grade. We have monthly town hall meetings where students can see, all right, here's what our grade level already data looks like. Here's what our grade level discipline data looks like. Here are some areas we're doing really well. So here are some areas where we need to do a little bit of work. And it's just, students if we don't give them the information, they don't know where to improve. So we constantly want to inundate them. Here's where you are and here's where we want you to go. As we work with our parents, we really capitalized on the State Department survey that parents needed to do. And so with that, we've had Ms. Crosby working with parents utilize Parent Portal. You know, there's so much in PowerSchool that they can take a look at. But if they're not comfortable with that technology, they're not going to log in. So we've really capitalized on that to kind of build capacity with our parents in PowerSchool as well. Our last strategy is about increasing the climate and the culture of the school. So just like I talked about with our students involved in our Special Olympics, it's things like that may fall under a different umbrella of stakeholder engagement, but it also has an impact on the climate and the culture of the school as well. So we constantly are looking at our data. Kids are looking at it, we're looking at it, looking at PBIS events. You know what? Maybe instead of having that one event for the entire school, we have 3 events that are only specific to that one grade level, so we can get the kids more involved and excited about doing PBIS. But again, it's our goal to continue to build on that because I would much rather we go nice and slow and it's what we want it to be than to just shove it out there and then we have to make changes along the way. When it comes to rewarding staff members, when it comes to, again, communicating, you know, we have our jeans passes. We have, and it sounds bad, late to work, but, you know, like 15 or 20 minutes will cover your class. You can come in a little late, or if you can leave a little bit early from work. We want to be able to do more because our teachers and our staff members most definitely deserve it. They are working so hard every day. But with that, you know, it takes funding as well to be able to provide those things for staff members, but we'll never be able to give them everything that we know they're worth with all the work that they do for us. As I mentioned earlier, our Shark Tales is where we're constantly putting that information for parents to see. And the example I gave with the poster about a daily strive to be on time tardy poster, so that changes daily. As parents bring their kids into the building first thing in the morning because they're tardy, yesterday we had this many tardies. That was copied from Miss Allen in Cottageville in our principals meeting. So I mean, these are the things that are worthwhile that really helps us move forward. One of the things I noticed whenever we talked about the surveys to really have students give us their perception on school safety and just the social and emotional environment of the school, we've been really practicing with that because sometimes it's really hard for kids to differentiate between one event that happened compared to, and then applying it to an entire school year. And so here's an example of that. One of the things we asked the children was about, okay, do things get fixed around the school? And so one student was like, nope, it does not. And I'm like, well, tell me, what's been your experience? Well, there was a toilet that it broke and there was a trash bag put on it. And I said, okay, well, when was it fixed? The next day it took too long. And I'm like, well, babe, we don't have toilets like lined up in this hidden room where we can immediately replace it. But we have to explain how students need to give us information, because if we don't, the data we get from it's not going to be good data. And it's not going to be usable data. So that's really a work in progress as we practice, and we've been doing a lot of practice, especially on morning announcements, but also in the classrooms. We're practicing how to give our opinions and practicing how to, I guess, just give good data so that we can use it to move forward to make decisions. We are currently identifying our rising fifth graders for our safety patrol for next year, which we're super excited about. So we will have them begin on the first day of school. And then one piece that is really important is about the social emotional learning. So twice a week we have something called Fin Time, and we utilize the Oveus curriculum, and it's classrooms that count that break it down between first and second grade and third through fifth grade lessons, 15-minute lessons. And it covers things like how to have a positive classroom environment, identifying your feelings, because we have little people with big feelings and they don't know how to handle it. It also includes things like how to be a good friend, what to do when there's conflict. We don't want to use our hands. We want to figure out how to do it a different way. But that's really an integral part also. You can't move a school forward if you don't have students understanding how to get along with each other and what's appropriate and what's not appropriate for school. Are there any questions?
Ms. Behe, I hear the excitement and also know you've been looking at data, like you said, over 20 years when we first started accountability here at Forest Circle Middle. How do you fit it into your day to do all this wonderful collaboration and looking at the data and still keep the building afloat?
It goes home with you and you continue to work.
Ms. Behe, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, but also specifically the piece where you talked about the incentives for your teachers, the Jeans Day, the come in late, leave early kind of thing. I hear you. I know we need money for retention and for recruitment stuff, but I do think there are lots of ways that we can do things that don't cost money, and I really appreciate the creativity and the outside the box thinking about ways that we can do that, just to tell our teachers and staff thank you. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, just wanted to share that I did see that your school is undergoing efforts to provide letters for your students in preparation for the upcoming state testing with words of encouragement. Yeah. And as those, I think there's a deadline coming up. So as you know where those voids are, if you would please share that with Linda and pass those on. As board members, we would love to be able to provide written words of encouragement for your students ahead of the student testing.
I will, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the great idea. Any other questions? Thank you.
I want to thank Ms. Behe for that presentation and just giving you such a good detailed presentation of what's going on in our schools for our turnaround plans, and that essentially means the presentations from our principals. We've been doing one every month. Thank you again, Ms. Behe, for that. Next month, the district will provide you an update as to where we are. Mrs. McDonald presented to you last week our diagnostic data. So we will give you more of a comprehensive update in May as to what our State Department trainings have looked like and different things that they have shared with us on what we can do to make sure that we keep this continuous improvement going. Okay. All right, and I also want to thank Dr. Jenkins. I think she's already left, for her presentation as well with our transition plans. Sporting event, okay. All right, I have one overnight field trip for your consideration and approval. This is a summer Gear Up field trip. It is scheduled for June 17th, 2024, with a return date of June 19th, 2024. 50 students and 6 adults will travel to Atlanta, Georgia to visit the College Football Hall of Fame, the birth home of civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., and the Coca-Cola factory. Visiting these sites will give students a first-hand experience of historical sites and increase their knowledge and understanding of various career paths. So I would like to ask for your approval of this overnight trip to Atlanta, Georgia for the Summer Gear Up program.
So that's the high school Gear Up?
Middle school.
Middle school. I'd like to make...
No. Hold on, I'm sorry.
It's in high school.
It says middle school in budget code description.
Okay, yeah, middle school, I'm sorry.
Under categorization in the middle.
I see it.
Yes, middle school.
Where do you?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the field trip that Gear Up asked for June 17th through 19th.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the overnight field trip as presented. Do we have a number on that? I could not find.
Yes, it's
Thank you.
3464.
3464, field trip 3464. Is there, motion's been made and seconded. Was it seconded, Ms. Hyman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Is there any discussion?
I do have a question, Superintendent Williams, as I'm just looking at this form that we have. It says 50 students, 10 adults. It says cost per student is $600, but the cost per adult is $10.
I think there's a mistake because on my report, the trip ID is 3437. And I think you just mentioned another.
Yeah, the one that we have in our board docs is 3464 by Miss Jasmine Thomas.
Mm-hmm. And the one I have is 3437. It's still Miss Jasmine Thomas, but the cost per student is $600 and the cost per adult is $600. So there's, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
do we know which one we're asking for permission for?
Well, it is the right trip. It's just that, as she said, they must have put it in more than one time.
Right.
So the one.
Well, I would feel better approving a trip where the adults are paying similar to what the kids are, instead of the kids paying $600 and the adults only paying $10. So I would just like to clarify that.
Well, I can say that the students will not have to pay that amount. This is funded through the Gear Up program. So the students there's no cost to the students. If there's a cost, it's minimum. It's certainly not $600.
Yeah.
But whatever is paid for through the Gear Up program. They pay for all school field trips, all of the student field trips, and different activities that they encountered throughout the year. So that's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's an error.
For clarification, Ms. Williams, then the motion we want to make sure is approving what?
The trip.
Field trip number again?
3437.
3437, thank you.
And Superintendent Williams, as she's writing that down, is the cost per adult paid for as well, or do the adults have to pay for that?
They pay for everything.
The whole trip is paid for?
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of field trip number 3437 approval, please signify by raising your right hand. Thank you. Ms. Jones, do you approve of the field trip?
Yeah, I approve.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. All right, last week I presented 2 courses for your review. And tonight I ask that you approve the technical writing course and the multilingual course at Colleton County High School.
Superintendent Williams, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the 2 courses that we were given through the high school for approval.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve the two courses, the multilingual, and then the other name of the course was? Technical writing, as presented last week at the Committee of the Whole meeting. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I have a question. So this is not a combination, it's not combined, so one of the course they get credit for and one they don't?
So these are 2 different courses.
Yes.
Yeah, one's a technical writing course, and one is for multilingual learners. The course, they get credit for both of these courses as far as I'm aware. I know there was a question last week about what grade level I think the multilingual learners course was for, and that is for 9th through 12th graders. And I think there was another question concerning if students could take the course more than once. And yes, they can. It's designed for them to take it once, but if they're not exhibiting any growth, then they can take the course again. But it's designed for new multilingual learners and those students who may be having issues with their language acquisition.
I would just like to make sure that they will get credit for the technical writing, because we would like to encourage them to take this course, and if they're not offering because it's not showing here.
I got you.
So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't want to say yes. I want to make sure, but I will get that information for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Ms. Jones, do you approve the courses as described?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Do you have anything on the strategic plan update, or is that just for reference to the board members?
It's just reference. I think at the last meeting you requested the feedback
Yes.
from the stakeholders meeting.
Okay.
So you have the packet with all of the feedback.
And does that need any additional, is there any other board needs for the strategic plan as we move forward with this year's completion?
Yes, we will need approval, and I'm glad you asked that question. We will need approval of the revised strategic plan.
Okay.
And so I do need to ask you for a motion to approve our revised strategic plan.
Were the edits made that we recommended?
I beg your pardon?
Edits were made, corrections?
Yes, they were made. Did you send those?
Where do we have that at?
The strategic plans? Did you send it? The strategic plan update.
This is not on the agenda for this evening, the strategic plan.
We can't amend.
When is that due? Isn't there a certain time that it's due?
Due. We missed putting it on.
So we talked about it at the last meeting. Ms. Hedden gave an update. And then at this board meeting, you are asked to approve those updates that were given at the last meeting. So we need that tonight because the strategic plan is due to the State Department the end of April.
Already approved it.
So as it is presented on the current agenda, it's part of the curriculum and instruction report update for action?
It doesn't say strategic plan on the agenda. I don't have the materials, though, for that, and if it's in there, we might be able to have it there, but it is not listed on the agenda for a strategic plan approval.
I understand. As it was presented last week during the curriculum and instruction, portion of the meeting, could there be action taken during curriculum and instruction since the information has been received by the board?
Another meeting before the end of April, so if that's where it was presented, but in the future, you would probably want to list it out separately. But if that's where it was presented last time, it can be presented this time.
Thank you. Ms. Anna, in confirmation with all board members have received the strategic plan. It was presented last time at the committee of the whole. I'll get Ms. Jones back in just a moment. And we also have the feedback that was also requested that was sent to the board at, excuse me. Ms. Jones, are you with us? Gotcha. Ms. Jones, are you with us?
And Madam Chair, I'm willing to make a motion. Do you want to do it now or when curriculum report comes?
I would do it during curriculum instruction since that's where you say the materials are.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Thank you. Human Resources, Ms. Hamilton?
Good evening. I do not have any updates, however, I do have two reminders.
Okay.
So certified contracts, administrative contracts will be issued in the morning, and then May 1st, we will issue all other work agreements. Any questions? We'll give you a list of recommendations during the executive session.
Can you remind us, if you can off the top of your head, what were those dates for returning the contracts?
May 10th.
May 10th, that was for everything?
May 10th for certified staff. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Ms. Hamilton? Just for clarification, currently, or just recently, it was promoted a signing bonus from our district, and that was, you know, an effort to recruit teachers to our district. Can you clarify where that signing bonus is coming from? Is that something we consider in our general fund budget?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So our district is awarded rural recruitment funds, and so it's an allowable expense through that.
Got it. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Finance, Ms. Barrett?
Good evening to the board and everyone.
Good evening.
This is our first reading of our budget, and it's just a first reading, okay? The first reading information is based on information from the House of Representatives budget. The funding information that we have in the budget is based on the 45-day student ADM. That is the average daily membership. Since we just got the 135-day information, the state have not processed that, so information is based on the 45-day. The revenue has been adjusted for the House budget, projected allocation and projected local allocation based on the tax collection to date. The first reading budget maintains the current 116.42 mills for operation. The average daily membership of the district is continuing to decline, and the Finance Office will continue to monitor and progress the budget in the Senate and make the appropriate adjustments for the second reading. Areas of attention to focus on for the second reading is declining average daily membership and district salary increases for all personnel. The first reading has a deficit for expenses, but according to state law, we have to have a balanced budget. So we have to have a balanced budget by the third and final reading. Okay. If you look at our fiscal year 2020 count, on the 45-day account, the actual enrollment, we had 4,782 students. We just got our 135-day count actual enrollment from Ms. Barnes, and it was 4,669, which is a decrease of 118 students. On our 40-day average daily membership was 4571.01, and for the 135-day that we just got was 4524.38, which was a decrease of 46.63 ADM. And the district was looking on, we work along with HR, And we were looking at our vacancies to see that was maybe on the books that we no longer needed. And maintenance had 4 vacancies that was on the books for 168, 737. And transportation had like 3 vacancies there for 90,560. So we had a total savings through vacancies only of 259, 297. And then we have our state mandated increases to the budget. We have the teacher salary scale and the salary schedule changes. They extended the salary scale of the teachers from 23 to 28 years on the salary scale. And the bachelor's degree starting at increased to 47,000. Right now we at 43,500 for a bachelor's degree. And the House version is to give $4,500 to bachelors. Not everyone on the teacher scale will get $4,500. We have to go by the teacher's minimum salary scale that is given to us by the State Department. So there's sort of a formula that we have to go by in order for us to increase the salary scale for our teachers. So everyone will not get the $4,500. It's based on whatever the teacher scale is by the State Department that is given to us. Okay, if you look at the increase in our budget, you have a certified salary, and they got a step. It was approximately, we had a 350 teacher salary scale, and that included vacancies. And that would projected would be $752,139.87. And this is a mandate. If we have to increase our teacher salary, that's a state mandate. We have no choice about that. Then we had a 1.5% increase for the bus drivers on the state minimum scale. And that's on the state minimum scale, not our scale. And that would cost us $35,231.80, with a total for the state mandate of $787,371.67 approximately. And then we had a 2% increase for classified and administrators. It's not mandated, but it's a 2% that was put in the budget, which is about 322 employees that was affected by that. And that increase was $270,470.80, which give us a grand total of 724 FTEs that's in the general fund, because we do have other FTEs that's in other funding sources, but that's to the general fund only. We had an increase of $1,557,842.47. Okay. And when you look at our positions, we have ESSA that's been in the district going about 3 years now. And we had positions that we had in ESSA. And those positions that was in ESSA is going to come to an end. So we're going to, are going to be moving to the general fund, hopefully. And the social worker, we had 2 positions there that was in ESSA. And the 2 position costs in the district for the salary and fringe, $184,454.16. We have 3 position, content specialist position that's funded by ESSA, and that cost is $387,820.56. We have impact position funded by ESSA, which is 3 positions, which is $287, $245.97. And then we have a teacher funded by ESSA, and we have a new admin position that's that was funded by ESSA. And that's $234,105.20. That giving us a total of 10 positions that's going to be new to the general fund of $1,093,625.89. Also, we had other positions for various other reasons that were in other funds that now the funding is no longer available. We have 4 teachers' positions that was funded through Title II. And Title II is for classroom size reductions. So because we don't meet the qualification for classroom size reduction anymore, those 4 teachers have to go into the general fund. And that salary for them, with their fringe, salary and fringe, is $350,204.92. And then we have 3 positions from the Office of Exceptional Learning position, and that is $276,828.23, which give us a total of 7 new positions for the general fund, which give us a total increase of $627,000 $33.15.
Ms. Barrett, before you move on, can I ask a question of the Office of Exceptional Learning and the 3 new positions that are identified in, what positions are those? And those are new to this upcoming budget year? And I'm asking that at the Office of Exceptional Learning or the superintendent.
Yes, I know that we need those positions to make sure that we're in compliance. The particular positions, I'm going to ask either Dr. Baddock or Dr. Durden to tell you what those specific positions are.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So the 3 new positions, one is for Northside Elementary. They had a need because of their overload of students coming in that had high needs in the low incident area, so they have a new teacher position. The other position that's coming in is for the alternative school and adult ed. They had no special ed teacher this past year, and we have several students that come to those programs. They need a special ed teacher, so that's a new teacher there. And then the last position is at Blackstreet Early Childhood Center. They also had an overload of students coming in from Child Find, and they needed another teacher for their multi-category classroom. So those are the 3 new positions.
I thank you for identifying those and letting us know.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Okay, the proposed general fund budget revenue for 24-25. The taxes levied, which is our local taxes and fee in lieu of taxes. Last year we had $17,605,078. We're predicting an increase based on our collection of $18,313,000, which would be an increase to our general fund of $707,922. Indirect costs comes from our revenues from, well, we get indirect costs from federal funds, and basically this was ESSA. And because of ESSA, we get indirect costs for different departments like finance and the superintendent office, building and ground. We get a percentage that we can collect for indirect costs that goes into the general fund. But because ESSA is going away, that indirect cost also will be going away for next fiscal year. So we are projecting that we will still get about $250,000. And other local revenues, this is basically our tax that we get from bank statements, interest on that. And we projecting it's going to be about the same amount of money. And our state revenue, we have state revenue that is state revenue in lieu of taxes. We have like the Tier 1 exemption is always the same amount, $2,098,075. We have Tier 2, which is our homestead exemption, is always the same, which is $583,180. Tier 3, new residential exemption, we expected an increase on that of $445,118 based on the information that was given to us by the state. Okay, for our restricted grant, that is like the bus driver, salary and fringe. We expect to get an increase on that, about $216,514,000. Our retiree insurance, information from the state, we have a decrease of $39,395. And the people credit, this is a 1% credit that they give us based on our employees to help us foot the cost. And there was one time they're talking about us not getting that 1% credit, but I just got information last week that they are going to continue to give us that credit as of now. So we're still going to have that credit. But there is no increase to it, it's the same amount. The state aid to classroom, this is the new funding formula that the state have given to us, and this is based on 11.23 teachers for students. So that was a little increase of $455,955. And the state aid to classroom, we're looking at an increase of $78,248. So if you look at our state revenue in lieu of taxes, we got a total of $565,118 projected increase. And restricted grant, which is 177, and the state aid, the classroom was 455, 955, and the state aid. So, and our federal revenue, which is our SDAT, is basically been the same as $75,000. So right now, with the state information from the House and information that we gotten from projection of the local taxes, we are looking at an increase in revenue of $1,222,492. Questions? Okay, our projected general fund budget. For salaries and fringe, we projecting an increase of $3,272,719. That includes all of the increases that we just talked about from ESSA and the other position that that's coming into the general fund. For contracted services, there's no change. That's still the same. And our contracted services normally consist of our contractor for Empire Health, Kelly Services, School Resource Officer. Those are our contracted services, and we foresee no increases so far on that. Instructional supplies is our budget for our schools. And the only increase we saw was for Blackstreet Elementary of $5,000. Blackstreet Elementary used to get money, funding from SERDEP for supplies. They no longer get that funding source anymore. So now with the 4-year-old, they have to take the 5-year-old money and the 4-year-old money and still do the supplies for all the 4 and the 5 years old. So the budget was increased based on that recommendation because they needed the funding. Okay, if you look at the administrative services, there was only an increase there, and that was for legal fees, $128,000. So that was the only increase for that. Support services, we had an increase of $2,000, and that was the Office of Curriculum, and that was for incentive they wanted to do for some students, so that was an increase of $2,000. And we have also, if you look at our maintenance contracts, there was no increase in the maintenance budget at all. And utilities, we projected an increase of $235,494 based on our projection of what happened, expenses that we had last year, and based on the projection of expenses that we are forecasting for this year. The district property insurance, so far this year, we have not seen an increase, but we have not gotten our workman comp in bill yet, our quote. So hopefully it'll stay the same, but we don't know yet. So this year, our proposed increase for the general fund is going to be $58,935,241, which is an increase over last year of $3,643,213, which right now we're looking at a deficit of $2,420,715. Questions?
Ms. Barrett, this, I'm not sure how to refer to this piece of paper that we got in our packet, not on the first page, but on the following pages, page 2 and following. I'm looking at one column that says FY 2024. That is our current budget that we're going through. And then the next column is FY 2025 projected budget. That is what we're looking at as our first reading of our budget.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Barrett, I just wonder, looking at this sheet, can you tell me where there were any cuts made?
Well, the only cuts that we looked at the custodians, the custodial maintenance, there was a cut there of $168,737, and the bus driver, there was some monitors salaries there that we didn't need for $90,560.
Right, but so like on the instructional supply requests from all of the individual schools, the numbers are the exact same from this year to next year?
Right.
Okay, so I have two questions. Number one, knowing that we were going into a financial crunch with the loss of ESSER funds and adding new positions, why did we not tell our schools and our departments on these other pages that had the exact same numbers, why didn't we tell them, hey, we need a 5%, 10%, 20% decrease going into our budget? And number two, if we did a zero-based budget, how did we end up with the exact same numbers?
We did a zero-based budget, and when we did the zero-based budget, everybody's budget came in more than what they had. because the needs, they said, were greater than what they had. We have, the needs were, last year we cut them 10%. I think in a few years back, we had cut them another 10, and we did, and we asked everyone to give us a zero base, and they did, and the needs were higher.
Mr. Earn, if I could speak to at least the TCTC budget, it's been that budget for a very long time, and it was even a little higher than that, I can remember, just because I remember numbers. So speaking to instructional budgets, I can't speak to every school, but I know that school is bare bone, and it's lower than it was 20 years ago.
So just for clarification, and I don't know if this is for Ms. Ramona or if this is for Superintendent Williams, as I'm looking through this projected budget, there in instructional supply requests, in administrative services, in support services, in maintenance, I don't see any decreases pretty much across the board. So my question would be, whenever we started our budget process as we were putting together this first reading, was there any kind of district mandate that went out to our schools or to our departments, hey, budget crunch, we're losing ESSER money, we're losing student enrollment, we're continuing to go down, we really need to squeeze the numbers? Was
Yes,
there any of
sir.
that?
Yes.
We did. When we started this budget process, I made sure to let our schools and our departments know that our ESSER funds were going away. We were doing a zero-based budget. They were to look at their needs and not base it on what they had. And most of our schools came to us with more needs because of rising costs. And we did not raise any instructional budget based on their requests, except for Blackstreet with $5,000. And as you can see, they only had $13,000 in the past, and they've lost a lot of funding. And so, yes, I just want you to know we did. I had that conversation, sent information out to our schools to let them know that, you know, our funding was decreasing. But these are the needs that they have, and while I'm speaking on this, you'll look and you'll see that there's no increase in the technology budget there. They had a lot of needs that they need in technology, and we are working on trying to move some money around in our capital projects funds, and also utilizing our bonds in order to give technology department the increases that they've asked for. But we didn't give any department anything additional. And most of them, not all, but most of them did come with more increases that they needed.
I will just say this, and I will finish my comments. Money's tight for everybody right now. With inflation and with the prices of everything going up, I don't know that there's a single household that hasn't been affected and hasn't had to change their spending, or at least the way they budget things. And, you know, in my home, whenever I am met with a financial crisis, I can't just say, oh, well, let me go find this extra money. The money that I have coming in is the money that I have. I'm just having a real hard time understanding. I understand that we all have needs and we all have wants. Mm-hmm. However, we also are in a financial crisis in our district and in our county, and I don't understand how we can continue. We're talking about $3.6 million that we're adding to a budget that has increased, if I'm not mistaken, every year for like the last 8 or 10 years. And now we're talking about going up another $3.6 million with our enrollment steady declining, the possibility or the talk or the rumor of a charter school coming in, and we didn't make any cuts in any place in our budget. And I'm really having a difficult time understanding how do we go to county council, or how do we go to our public, our community, our taxpayers, and we say, hey, you know, we didn't do anything to decrease in any of these areas. We actually need more money, and I'm just having a hard time understanding how we justify that. Thank you.
88%
Thank you
of our
for your
budget.
comments, Mr. Irwin. I also wanted to point out, because I made a comment that we only increase our instructional supplies by $5,000. But if you look under, legal fees, we've had to increase that line item by $128,000 to make sure that we have enough in our budget there. So there's an increase there. Our electricity, that has increased. Our water, that has increased. There are some things that we just can't get around.
Correct.
As far as increases are concerned.
Correct. There are some things that we can't get around, but I do believe there are some things that we can. And, as much as we love Halligan, Mahoney, and Williams, there's probably a chance that in the future we're probably going to have to raise that budget even more. But as we raise things like utilities and things that we can't control, we have to be able to control the things that we can control, and I just don't see that reflected in this proposed budget.
If I may, the two specifics that were just mentioned were instructional supplies that did not increase, as well as our administrative services. Ms. Barrett, if you'll help me through those, understanding those, the total amount that's budgeted for instructional supplies is $500,000, right? So if we were to cut that, as previously suggested, by 10%,
That's $50,000.
$50,000. Okay, so in administrative services, the budgeted line item total is, $700,000. If we cut that by 10%, $70,000. This is not going to make a huge impact in the deficit that's presented. I just want to be able to share that, but it could make an enormous impact in our instructional classrooms. And that's why that money, as a status quo, is a level that I'm comfortable with, recognizing the work that's been done by the district. I also want to make note that the total salary increase, Ms. Barrett, I'm hoping that you'll share your feedback on this, but the total salary increase for our district is $2 million. The fringe necessary to accompany that salary increase is $1.2 million. So what that tells me is that we are having to provide instructional staff with added salaries and fringe that the state is not providing us the necessary revenue. And I can't shake the formula, as it's not working for our district. And when you present a budget that is this large in a deficit, and we're talking, this is best case scenario. This is the House version. The version that our state Senate is reviewing right now is not as good as this.
It's not as good.
That even with those instructional supply costs, if suggested, are cut by 10%, and the administrative services that were cut by 10%, we're still not touching what our district needs. And I'm going to say this, and everybody here knows it. And the people that work for our children are the most important people that we have. And so that's where our focus has to be. And it's our job to advocate to those that fund us at the federal level. Dr. Reed, I'm so sorry about the Title II. I know that is something that we just can't help, but the timing to coincide with ESSER stinks, and I'm sorry about that. But federally, state, and local, we've got to be able to push for what our district deserves. And I hope that everyone will continue to advocate. Even though we're considering this now, we still have work to do in those avenues.
That's true. And even from last year, when we budgeted from the state revenue, we have lost $1 million from what they gave us last year this time during the budget to what we got this year. We have lost $1 million. And we're constantly losing money from the state. It's basically, if you have new charter school that comes into the district, it's only a piece of pie, and it's a certain amount of teachers that you're funding. And if you have more people coming in, more charter school, whoever comes to the district, to the state, that pie is going to get smaller for everybody. So that means we're going to get less funding as we go along, and that's what's been happening for us. We've been getting less funding. And of course, 88% of our budget is salaries and fringe. So if you're going to make an impact on the budget, it has to be through salary and fringe.
But let's be clear, as we're talking about increasing costs. We're also talking about declining enrollment. And in this first reading that was just presented to us, I lost count. I know it's at least 10 of new positions that we're adding into our general fund. I understand the positions through the ESSER, but whenever those positions were discussed, they were discussed about 2-year positions funded through ESSER. And now we're talking about adding more positions into our district, again, while our student population is declining.
17.
17 new positions added to the budget. So when we talk about salary and fringe, 17, and some of those things on the PowerPoint, whenever you divide the number by the amount, there are some people that are making some really nice salaries in here.
So, I mean, I don't know if someone wants to share this, but the increase in the salaries are mandated by the state.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, Mr. Irwin is making a point about certain salaries, but we have to follow the step increases that they are requiring us to consider.
Yes.
But we do have mandated increases, right?
But you're talking about those 17 positions that Mr. Stivender just mentioned are positions that we did not have before. We got those positions with ESSER money or with federal money. So the ESSER positions, I know, were only said to be 2 years, but now we're choosing to continue them. So we are choosing to absorb those costs and the mandated raises that come along with them.
But we also, sorry, we also are talking about new positions as just described from the Department of Special Needs. Are we not to add those because
that was 3, but that was 3, not 17.
Okay, so can we work with a smaller number?
I think we probably...
Those are demonstrated needs. I
We
mean,
probably could work with a smaller number than 17 if we looked into those positions. Wants and needs are two different things, and I think we get confused sometimes on what we want and what we need and what we have to have. I think we probably need all those positions, but we don't have to have them. And if we keep decreasing our students, we can't continue to increase our salaries or our employees.
When we start telling the superintendent what they need, I mean, they will not bring this to us if they don't think they need. I think we go a little overboard on telling the administration how to run this district. And when they're not going to bring something to us that they don't need.
It's not a matter of what they think we need, it's a matter of what we can afford. If what we have in our bank account doesn't pay for what they bring us, then we can't work with it. It's just basic math.
I just want us to be able to have a budget where we don't have to worry about tomorrow. I want us to be established to the point where, I mean, I'm paying a salary to this month, but then where's the rest of that money is going to, what would I have to eliminate for the next month? I just need us to be able to, and it's not, because you're very good with keeping up and knowing what to do and how to function in the district because you've done it for years. It's just that right now we have a lot of incentive going on. We need to figure out where and how we can make this work. If we have to do a salary and we can't do bonuses, then if I'm going to make sure that you have a salary but I can't pay you your bonus, then I'm going to have to take that bonus away. As much as it may hurt to give this incentive, we just have to find a way to figure it out. Right now, I just don't like the fact that we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring.
And I just want to add that there's a slide in Ms. Barrett's presentation that says district savings through vacancies. And in addition to the maintenance positions that we cut, and transportation. We also cut 3 positions at Colleton County High School. We also cut 1 position at Cottageville Elementary Schools. And these were vacant positions that were on the books so that we could take that out of our budget. What we don't want to do is cut people. However, we are looking at our vacancies. So if we have someone that says, okay, I'm not going to be with Colleton County School District next year, we're looking at it closely to see if we can just not fill the position at all. But then when we do that, we have to be very mindful of class sizes because it will increase our class sizes, and that's something we don't want to do because our goal is to retain our teachers and to make sure that they are working in the best environment that they can and they are able to reach the students that they can in as small numbers as they can. So I just want it to be known for the record that the district has looked at every angle to see where we can cut and save money. We have done that. We are not sending this or presenting this to you frivolously. I just want you to know that I worked and with the staff for weeks looking at our budget, weeks meeting with each department, weeks meeting with each school principal, weeks meeting with finance, meeting with HR, talking about, can we do without this? Can we do without that? And we're under the auspices right now, which I firmly believe that we are going to make the scores that we need to make so that our school report card is where it needs to be. I firmly believe that. But we can't just pull the rug out right now. Some of those ESSER-funded positions, we need them to carry on into the next school year. We need our social workers. We need our content specialists. There are just some things that we need. And I just want to say that Ms. Barrett has done a great job in increasing our fund balance. And I know that we can't just keep dipping into that. We know that, and we know that we have to make a concerted effort as the year progresses to make some hard decisions.
I want to echo that Ms. Williams, Superintendent Williams, worked closely with a mentor that's well-respected across our state. Some of us met her at a school board association meeting, a state meeting, and we were blessed to have her work closely with Superintendent Williams preparing the budget. And as she said, the way to cut a budget in a school setting like ours with a limited budget and not big local revenue, you either have to lay people off or you have to increase class size. And neither one of those are things we want for our students. So we have to take in consideration that those of us that have a voice, Ms. Wickens and I went to Columbia. Those of you that have a telephone, call your Senate representatives because they need to know the funding formula that Ms. Barrett has to use, Superintendent Williams has to use. It doesn't work for our district, or else we have to dip in our savings, which is 3 times what it needs to be. Thanks, Ms. Barrett. But we need to make those phone calls. Wall-to-wall, word of mouth, I don't do that, but I know some of you are good at it. Let them hear that we need money in Colleton County for our children. That's what they're up there making decisions about. Y'all know Margie Bright Matthews. Give her a call. I sat down while she was in the Senate meeting, letting her know we need the money. They're people just like we are, okay, that need to hear your voice. Some of you might not like when we hear from the community, but that's what we're elected to do, is to hear from the community. Let them hear your voices so they know what we need in Colleton County. And then we'll go to county. Ms. Williams is already set to go to county council. We've already been 2 months in advance of that preparing. She's prepared to go this first Tuesday in May. We'll be at their meeting. She'll be going into executive session to talk to them because we haven't asked for local money since 2019. We had the ESSER money. So I know we want to do our best, but when you've done the best you can, you got to ask. You ask for the money from the state and from the locals.
Just one last thing. We're looking, Ms. Barrett, if I'm correct, $2.4 million, even though it's a $3.7 million increase. We have some of those extra revenue coming in, so $2.4 million. However, that is $2.4 million for this year. What are we going to do next year? what are we going to do the year after that? Because don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure Governor McMaster's plan is to make minimum salary $50,000. Isn't that right?
50,000.
50,000, which means we're going to have another increase next year or the year after. And so, you know, I hear you. It's great to say we need this and we'll find the money, but if we find $2.4 million this year for this budget, where are we going to find the money for the increase that comes next year and the year after that?
The news I listen to, they found some money they don't know what to do with, so we might need to load up a bus and go to Columbia.
Everybody's going that direction, and I always rally when I'm there. But what we need to do is work with local people. You know, it's like they need to bring industries in the area that will benefit the school, and that's not happening. We have other districts that are in great condition because they are industries, they have the support they need. We don't have it here in Colleton.
That's true, we don't.
And if I may, Ms. Barrett, if you would, please make sure that you go through the calendar
Yes, I'm
of
going to do
the
that now.
next budget work session and the second reading.
Budget work session was May 7th, but because we are going to county council, Ms. Williams proposed that we have it on May 14 at 4 o'clock, if that fits you.
And board members, just so you know, that is the committee of the whole meeting, so there will be a budget work session scheduled prior, and then the committee of the whole meeting, that would be Tuesday, May the 14th.
You're exactly right. We got to work with our local to get the jobs for our kids, get industry here, and that's part of the conversations. They were at our strategic plan, working with Mr. Cubic, three of the county council members. So yes, it goes hand in hand. We got to have the jobs, and we got to have our kids ready for the jobs.
And then, of course, we got to have our second reading because of state law. We have to have 2 readings, and then we have to pass a budget. So that's going to be after we do our second reading. Then we have to get it into the paper.
Ms. Barrett, that date for the second reading?
Well, we had the second reading on the next, with the 22nd.
Okay. Of May.
And then I have to have a public notice in the paper, which is 15 days, have to have the public notice before we can actually pass the budget. So that have to give us time to do all of that. So it's a time constraint that we have to also deal with as far as passing the budget. But we are working very hard on this budget. We're looking at every, as Ms. Williams said, we are looking at every cut that we can make. Trust me, I don't like using the fund balance, but if we have to, we just have to use it. We build it up, and thank God we're in a good place now where we can use some of it if we need to, but it's not my first choice, but if something we need to do, then we may just have to do what we have to do.
Clarification, Ms. Barrett, that we will, the committee, the whole meeting is on May the 14th with the regular scheduled board meeting, and then I'm assuming that second reading will be the 21st.
The 21st.
And then we meet again on June the 20, I think the 5th, that's the last Tuesday of the month of June for the third and final reading of the budget. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the first reading of the budget that has been presented for 2024-25 school year.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the first reading for the budget presented for the 24-25 school year. That's the general fund budget. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Ms. Jones, do you approve of the budget?
Yes.
Okay. Those unopposed. Oh, those opposed. Sorry, those opposed. Was there any opposed? Just one. Thank you. And then we move forward with the...
Okay, I don't have any financial updates in my report, but I would entertain any question that you may have.
Madam Chair, Ms. Barrett gave us a monthly revenue report to review. I'd like to make a motion that we accept that.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the monthly revenue report as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Yeah.
Madam Chair, Ms. Barrett presented in our reports the monthly budget report. I make a motion that we accept that monthly budget report.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the monthly budget report as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Ms. Jones?
I do.
Okay, 6-1.
Madam Chair, the capital project budget was presented for us to review. I know there are things that we're still working on, but I'd like to make a motion that we accept the report that was given us as information.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the capital project budget report as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. 5. Sorry, Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Opposed? 1, 6-1. Item 10.06 will be reviewed in executive session, curriculum and instruction. Ms. Hedden? And just for clarification, I did go back and look at the committee of the whole meeting, and the strategic plan was presented during the superintendent's report. Does that alter or affect the board's ability to approve the strategic plan as presented last week?
Again, it's not on the agenda for tonight, but if you have to have it adopted, and you did present it last weekend, is it in your packet of materials?
It is. That was emailed.
Madam Chair, we were given...
On the board docs, in the board docs that's made available to the public?
It's sent via email. Mr. Irwin confirms.
Madam Chair, we were given the strategic plan review last week. I know we made some comments for corrections that have been made, and I'd like to make a motion that we approve with those corrections that were given, and I'm sure it was the second eye that was given to make sure everything was correct before we send it to Columbia.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the strategic plan as presented last week at the committee of the whole with the revisions and distinctions that were made by the board last week. Also, board members, you received the feedback as given at the strategic planning meeting in your email in preparation for tonight. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. That carries unanimously. Any other updates, Ms. Hedden?
No, ma'am, I don't have any other updates. I mean, I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Hedden, just from your department, just thank you for the data that was presented last week so thoroughly. And I think the news actually highlighted, some of you might have seen it at 5 o'clock the next morning, Live 5 highlighted our superintendent virtually. You want to say just a little bit about that? Because some of us might not have caught it at 5 a.m.
Yes, well, Live 5 News contacted me through our communications director to give a response to our data that was presented at last week's meeting. And basically my response was that we were very excited about the increases that our students have made in student achievement and growth. And we are looking forward to testing in May to see that those increases from our formative assessment translate into our state assessments that our students take in May. And in that response, I also thanked all of our teachers for the hard work that they do every day, along with our school and district administrators.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, for being our head cheerleader on that and making sure Live 5 knew it. And we know the State Department and other people watch our meetings and our elected officials. And thanks, Ms. Hedden, for the strategic plan where there was input provided and discussion was had. People that were thanked for coming, some elected officials, they were very, very supportive of the way they were able to talk with the staff and interact with the staff.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
On that same note, I'd like to just say that I thank the superintendent for getting us finally some positive news coverage from a news media outlet. And I'd just like to reiterate the fact that she does believe that our students are going to passed with flying colors, and we've had several conversations about this, and I really think that that's something that we should all adopt as a positive attitude. I know that there are people in our district that want us to fail, and I really think as a community, if we could pull together and believe, like our superintendent believes, that we are going to pass this test, that we can pull through.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stabenow. Any other questions for curriculum instruction? Operations, Ms. Fitch.
You have our report, and I don't have any updates unless you have any questions for us.
Any answers from the questions from last week, or you just want me to forward those to Ms. Williams?
I do have the
Thank you.
answers. I can answer those. I know there was a question concerning the budget for the canopy at Hendersonville Elementary School and also at Bells, and those bids came in over budget. That's why the bids were canceled. The projects are not being canceled. The bid was canceled. Just want to let you know that those projects have been on the books for quite some time. I don't have the exact date, but I know it's been over 5 years. As a matter of fact, when I was principal at Hendersonville, I asked for a canopy for our students so that they would not have to walk in the rain. So I know some of those projects have just been out there for a long time, and those amounts, as we've been talking about escalating costs, this is one example of escalating costs. And 5 years ago, you know, we proposed a certain amount for those projects, but 5 years later, it costs a whole lot more money. So we didn't have the money budgeted, so we had to cancel that bid. And we just have to look at it again, figure out how we're going to place some more money there for those projects to be finished. But I want to thank Mr. Hamilton for you know, the work he's done in making sure that he gets those projects off the books and get those projects finished. So that was the question concerning the canopy at Hendersonville and Bells. And also just want to let you know that those, like, there were no like additions to those projects. Like, we didn't make it a stellar project. It was the same request. We need a canopy so the kids won't get wet, but the costs have risen. And there was another question concerning, I think, some bids that were done. No, a contract, the maintenance and inspection contract for lift stations, that cannot start until July 1. That was awarded to Carolina Biological because we have a current contract with EA Services, and that does not end until the end of June. So then the new contract will begin with Carolina Biological when the old contract ends with EA Services. And those were the two main questions, and you know, we'll be happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Superintendent Williams, is there someone looking at the other, just say outdated projects that have been passed on from year to year to make sure those estimates are correct as we move forward?
Yes, yes, as I stated, Mr. Hamilton is looking at those projects and making sure that they are, you know, that we can do those projects, and we're looking at how can we utilize our current capital projects to fund those projects as they need to be funded, because some of them were just old.
Mr. Hamilton by himself is going through all of the requests for capital projects to make sure that the amounts are right?
No, you're talking about actually.
I'm talking about any capital projects that have been carried over from one year to the next, like these awnings have been, to make sure that those amounts, if they come to our new capital projects request this year, that the amounts have been adjusted to reflect where we are today, unlike the awnings that have been passed on for whatever 5 years or so at the same number.
Yes, so I haven't been a part of that process, and Mr. Hamilton may need to speak to that.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm very sorry if you have to do all of that on your own. I apologize.
It's no problem at all. Yeah, and we're looking at them because if you notice that a lot of our projects, the bleachers, the track, a lot of them are hidden. It's just that one was, because of the nature of it. So what I'm doing, I'm looking at historical data as far as costs, looking at the climate in the world, Middle East, Europe, and looking at those escalations and talking to our friends, engineering firms, and see if they're looking at any increase or decrease. So it's a multi-step process to verify those budgets going forward.
Sure, and we may, at this point, like you said, with the climate in the world today, we may even need to pad some of those going into next year. I want to make sure if this board approves a list of capital projects, that whenever we actually begin taking bids and stuff, that we can go forward and not have to cancel on something because we budgeted too low for it,
I
right?
understand. And part of the process is designing to the cost you have. And that's one of the things that a lot of people, we could design to a Cadillac, but we may not need a Mercedes. So you have to look at those budgets and design towards your budget.
Ms. Williams, last week we were given some information about roofs and HVAC, and I just want to know where we are a week later.
I'm going to defer that to Mr. Hamilton as well.
Yeah, we're making progress on those. Like I said, like I reported last week, that we're going to get those designs this week in midweek, and I expect them any day. Also, the HVAC as well. I said we had a site visit last week. We got the structural report on Black Street yesterday, which gave us some structural issues. But we met yesterday and came up with a solution in one day, and we're moving forward with it.
That's what we want to hear. It's all about the kids. We want them dry. I want my kids in Hendersonville to be able to get to their cars without getting wet.
Any other questions for operations? Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all for all that you do. It's a lot. It's a lot of detail. It's a lot of communication. It's a lot of traveling, and we just appreciate you guys.
Before we go into executive session, I made note and did not have an opportunity to share or have the question posed with regards to the budget, but in the budget, there were 3 staff members that were added, Ms. Williams, for the impact program.
Yes.
And I know that is a test, has been in a test form, kind of in a slow start through the spring. Just made a note of the amount that the district is paying on those salaries, and so excited to see what impact the impact program will have next year, as I do hope that will help for classroom management. And so the investment that we're making, I know we will see the returns next year, but just want to make note of that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Is there
Before we adjourn, parents that might have tuned in late, don't forget kids get out early for Rice Festival Friday, so check those times.
Is there a motion to enter into executive session? Upon returning to open session, action may be taken by the board on the items discussed during executive session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we enter into executive session for item 13.01, discussion of employment matters regarding hirings and resignations. Item 13.02, student admittance release, SE Code of Laws, Section 30-4-70. Item 13.03, receipt of legal advice regarding the Ruffin property. Item 13.04, discussion and receipt of legal advice regarding a personnel matter. Item 13.05, receipt of legal advice pending regarding a pending lawsuit. And item 10.06, the retention bonus.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded to enter into executive session for the items identified. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Ms. Jones?
I do.
Thank you. We're now in executive session. I thank you. I'll entertain a motion that we enter back into open session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter back into open session.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded to enter back into open session. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Let the record reflect that we are now a 5-member board. Ms. Jones is not with us, and neither is Mr. Irwin.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendations that were presented to us, 18 pages for staffing for next year.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to accept the 18 pages of professional recommendations as presented from the administration. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the student admittance and release for 24-25 school year.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to accept the student admittance as well as release as presented this evening for the 24-25 school year. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. I would like to make a motion that the board and the Colleton County School District provide a $1,000 retention bonus to all returning employees. Contracts will be administered tomorrow. This is a $1,000 retention bonus, identifying that the staff before us are very much needed for the operation of our district, and we want to be able to say thank you as they make career decisions that will be beneficial to our students in Colleton County. The specifics as determined and shared by the superintendent.
Second.
Motion made and seconded for the $1,000 retention bonus to all Colleton County School District employees. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? 1. Motion carries. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I make a motion we adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. We now stand adjourned. Have a good evening.